Yeah, we're just gonna jump right in. Can't idle. They'll make me leave. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. Let's return to the mulberry orchard. Okay. But yes, chat, I survived my queue, I am awake, and we are playing the video game. Exciting times ahead. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Congrats, I'm at 3.9k. I think I was at like 3,200 today. Kind of waited that one out. Yesterday we had that 4,200 nightmare. I was at 4,600, that's rough. I should have picked a less popular data center. Or whatever. Should have picked a fucking place that wasn't like this. That wasn't hell. Since I've heard a couple friends going, where I'm at, it's fine. I'm like, well, where you're at, I don't like you. Yo, what's up, Alfred? And here's the Aetheride Plaza. So far, so good. Isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall and pass through the larger of two doorways. High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Let's go join them. Hello, Mario. Not you. You. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Hell yeah, these guys rule.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Congrats on your 2002.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
2002 was kind of rough.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, hello.
Nidana, you're awake.
The Elefante
Yes.
is quite nice.
When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I've been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
I had to take a mega duty yesterday. Sorry to hear that.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yes.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Hold on, there's something in my pocket. It's our mood ring flower.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
This is a fun reference to Code Geass, in which Charles Z. Britannia uses the Sword of Akasha to kill God. That is correct.
Ether is
I trust in Yoshi P's plan.
exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
I'm gonna put this back in my pocket.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
Okay.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Speak with Kryl in the Baldessian Annex. Well, if you insist. What? God, that's so fast. All the fucking wind-up Grahas. You know, I was thinking she was gonna be in this actual annex place, but you know, that's the power of muscle memory. Ah, you are hiding behind the 8 million people. Hello. Welcome back. Krauls appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. It's not much. I've changed your sheets, plumped up your pillow. None like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating dayform entities. Take a look at your lodgings. Okay, I will do that. I will do that, and I will take this bread. How goes it? It's going alright. I'm thinking about my dragon friend. What is it? What do you want? Ah! Bags.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Yo, you got crunch
We've
wraps?
bought
What you
quite
got
a
in there?
Spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Yo, hamburgers. Alice would be like, I'm sorry, but we ordered no pickles. Fucking Catboy's so hyped about his burger. I called this shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Lest you wonder, we invited Astinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
It might be because
What?
she's small,
To
but those look like
perfect
the
his
biggest
brooding
cookies
stare?
ever.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Her
An
burger's
excellent
as big as
idea.
her head.
Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest. if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Astinian, beset on all sides.
Bleh.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you've recently played literal host to Hydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
We're never touching the salads, are we?
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we
Nice
were on
sandwiches.
the right path.
You notice
I know
Alice
we've
is
not yet
basically in the
triumphed over
KH1
the
jumpsuit.
Joffrey
A little bit.
Or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans.
She's very excited about it.
But even
I
within
wish
the
she
midst
jumped like
of our
that.
struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
That's mine.
Hey, that's mine.
To
The
swift
speed.
the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely.
Man, those choppers are
And even
strong.
at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume.
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Top 10 manlit moments.
Oh.
Graha be like, 5'11 is a perfectly average to above average height, I swear. And we're like, yeah, sweetie, let's get you to bed. You do know these are my quarters, right? And like, come on now, let's fucking do
Why
a
else
shot.
did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
Yo, check out that donut. Huh? It is green. Yo, what's up? I've been deigned the honor to look at a Xenos cutscene. Hey, we fucked up again.
Ah, enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Bestie.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious.
I was noticing his voice was a little bit different.
Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. Yeah. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Yeah, I really need a solo instance where we fight him.
That the emptiness of death
We've
has
still not
dissuaded
1v1'd
you
him.
from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find
I
this
am
part
having fun.
somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Oh, hello everyone. I'm glad everyone was waiting for me. That's so sweet of you. Sorry, I didn't see you over the excitement. Hello, Kryle. Kryle and Graha were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Wanted to try and speak to Scholark Yeah, we're gonna go talk to him. That is settled. The twins are coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium. That might be for the best. If others should return, tell them we will not be long. Let's see. Speak with Alize. Ah, you're right here. Ah, I see. He is testing his fucking Gundam bits. Alphino be like, fly my fangs. Heading out for a stroll. The Scholark himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I'm too eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the stadium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people worrying over his reputation, and our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Yeah, it's a little bit of a ways away, but let's head on over. Is this snow? That's nice. It's like, is this snow or fucking spores? Probably dandelions or something. Since you know what Gundams I've seen, which one should I watch next? Let's see. Let's see. Well, you're never gonna see G because we're still waiting on Creed. So clearly you gotta wait on that one. If you like a charming, funny dub alongside a similar-esque, yeah, I'd say like Gundam Wing would be a good one to give a shot. It's got some length on it. It's one of those classics. Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One could hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, right? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. At the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. And then 432nd year in the 6th Astral Era, a phenomenon was decreed complete with the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. I like how that one took longer than I expected. With a long storied history, it's without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, occult, blah, blah, blah. Charlian's foremost educational institute. Okay, so this is like, to relate this to something in the real world, this is like the University of Phoenix Online. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter, graduated the highest honors, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. You joined the Studium at the same age, yes? From where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. I certainly am not the Studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alphinaud Lavalier began. This is when he first discovered the website, reddit.com. I know better than anyone the adoration of the student body has for Alphinaud. With a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. First things first, let's look for the Scholark. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wherever he wants. Just made it. Did I miss anything? We got 3 box shipments of talismans, so we could maybe have an entire fighting force attack towers or invade Garlemald. We're heading to fucking Alpha Node and Alize's school at the moment. Also, Xenos and damn Daniel had a cutscene where they're like, "We're evil," and I'm like, "Yeah, let's go." You fucking go off, Oomfies. Oh, also, Alize had a hamburger where she removed the pickles, which might be a top 3 scene of the expansion so far. It's good that we have something that isn't an Estinian cutscene in our top list. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? How silly of me. An orientation's in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. What's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here in the Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pisa this, tongue of gigant toad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly why some of the students are, what they're trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our news gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this is an elaborate ruse? No, wait, you never claimed that at all, did you? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. Said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in. You'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a lab. Home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In time it's taken me to tell you all this. Scholar's probably already left, but hey, fucking that's what one of these quests is supposed to be. Pop into 4 locations, because that's the way we live on this hell on Earth. Casual perfect legends just hanging out. I'm at the exact moment so I get to play with KZ's narration. That's funny as shit. Level-headed student. Yeah, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next when we parted ways. He went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Yeah, this is the most Harry Potter-ass dude, I swear to God. Gonna put him in the fucking secret closet. Motherfucker out here named Yathub. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
I remember you.
You're the one helpful guy. The one person on the forum with a fucking brain.
I caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
I just thought it was pronounced dour.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Yeah, I deal with a lot.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Winky.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Based on that scene, I'm pretty sure anyone who tries to tell
As
just
such, those
goes
entrusted
mute.
with this duty have been bound
Yes.
by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Please tell us, Grandpa. Ooh.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of Etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Fuck, I wasn't listening. This one.
Yes, very good.
I'm so smart.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether
Giving her a
is
head
in
pat, hold on.
constant flux.
There we go.
In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Oh, that's neat.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Oh no.
It would blot out everything that was written.
It's like CIA documents.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Like they were on maintenance for a while.
To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil.
I'm gonna hide behind the logo here.
That it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought.
Don't mind me, Chad. I'm turning on a fan.
An entire banquet.
Ding ding. Oh, okay, I'm up. Hello.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you
he's got some
all
Merlin
to
vibes.
be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our
A
alumni
little bit
and
less
students
dipshitty,
of
though.
Valdesian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits. wheresoever they may take you.
I really like that quest finishing jingle. You're granted the run of the phenomenon of your game. Here's more text that we're gonna skip. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You're always there when I need you. An eye level 525 weapon. Okay, cool. Zip. Try on. What are we looking at here? Display. That looks neat. Fuck it, I'll wear that on this set. Sure, why not? It's a little stubby for my taste, but I'm willing to try it. I don't need to have my glowy thing the whole time. Oh, we get new chest armor now. Kral's still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Oh, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent on expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. How you liking Endwalker? I know like the fuck out of it. I'm having an amazing time with it. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with fuck it. Not even gonna try it. Fuck you. Fuck you, Kryle. Like, I'm gonna talk to fucking Chungus McBungus, and I'm like, thank you. You do that. Leave me alone. What is that? Okay, that's the annex. Alright, sure. First dungeon was really good. Those bosses have hands. Hold on. Let me circle you guys a little bit. Okay. I know that said main hall, but I'm like, what if they're trying to trick me? There's like an entire crowd in here. Yo, what's up, Grape? Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the study proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the Warding Scales was met with much joy. Preparations are underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way how to fuck up the bad guys. Our friends have asked we bring them to Limsa Lominsa. They're like, really? Do we have to pick that place? And they're like, hey, would you rather Gridania? And they're like, Limsa it is. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let's see what awaits us in Vilbrand. I'm not doing trusts. I'm queuing with normal people. You're so brave. If I do it with trusts, effectively what I end up dealing with is, if I do it with trust and I don't know the mechanic for a boss, if I drop the whole thing's over, and that's kind of a pain in the ass when you don't know what the boss is gonna do ever. And whatever, our queue for the first dungeon took maybe 3 minutes. If that. Pretty sure it was less than that. We're already on thin ice, and if in my capacity as an official rep we're found to be consorting foreign powers, you can imagine how that would go. I shall stay here, and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. Yeah, trust can work out for you. You can kind of like stay away a little bit. But I'm a DPS, and if I'm doing some shit wrong, it's over. I have no safety net of, oh, my healers can revive. It's like, no, none of your trust healers have ever learned that ability. I look forward to doing like a tier list of the dungeons once we finish Endwalker. Because currently, the standard has been set. The standard has been set with this first one. Where I'm like, this is fairly high tier. The lowest point in that is the second boss, in which I don't necessarily know exactly what you're supposed to do with that one. Congrats on your 2002. Here's hoping it delivers good news. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene on such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by esteemed company and Connie-sana. She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I still do things, I swear. I swear I do things. It is reassuring to learn we're all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to increasing number of primals. But your triumph in Razat-Han has given us to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of the menace. And it's you, the Scions, who have shown us the way. Well, while the bulk of our forces continue to hold the Telepharoi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress is made in such a span, it also got dark. Yes, that's how the time of day works, Alphanet. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telepharoi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest that we simply choose to forgive and forget. But we choose to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality and stuff. You know what I'm talking about. We can agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe these smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telepharoi. They've certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide us and keep us occupied while they work toward our annihilation. Oh good, we've just hard-read them. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtol's analysis of the Tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form, but they draw forth far more than is required for the task alone. The excess remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. Wouldn't surprise me if it's being redirected to the big one in the capital. So we should probably go punch that one. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. True, I am the important one. What will you say? Fucking, for the people of Garlemald. I'm gonna put it better myself. Stola, Thancred, and Urianger have pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. It's like no shit. Once you've delivered the scales to Alamigo, the contingent will bark. This is wonderful news. We're going to Alamigo, and we're going to pretend that we're not going to run into the bad characters that live there. If I could speak to Robon now, that's a fucking guy I like. Fucking Chad Thundercock. The locks. Question, did I ever get the currents here? Of course I didn't. It's the locks and they suck. My brain's like, I'm fairly certain I'm never going to get these. You know, because it's this zone. They did lower the amount, that is true. But I tend to want to get out of here whenever I'm in here, to be fair. What's up? Is it time for Robomb Unreal? Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower, producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to reorganize the various delegations to a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our posts. That's very sad because I love Aymeric, and I would raw him. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts blah blah blah. Just between us, there is a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsbar contingent. The suggestion we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines is unpopular in some places. Huh, can't please them all. Sadly not. Though I do my best, truth be told, I'd rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight. Hate to say it, but Lord Aymeric struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. Or in my case, in safe hand. As you fight through the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that they're bullshit. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Yo, hey, what's going on? What's going on, Oomphy? What's going on, old big Oomphy? Word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans led you to do some cool shit and set up some cool stuff. My contribution on this occasion is minor, that being the information I've shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Garlemald. May the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. Thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telepharoi laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I can't be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused for murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus, and attempt to raise me in a position of leadership, and that'd be bad too. As it turns out, I'm way too popular to go over there right now. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude, and I can assure you such devastation was their intention. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen, I am certain of it. Yes. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. That sure is a fucking downgrade, I'm gonna be honest. Look at Gaius, he's sick as hell. Instead, I get this guy. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump to an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again until you part, may the Fury guide and protect you, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Alright, let's look at it. Let's look at our little inventory here. I shall use the power of chest. Let's try on. Oh god. Let me equip this. Let me see how dyes look on you. I guess I could use my white. It'll have to do for now. Let's see. How does that go? Sorry, this is the most important part of the game is making sure that I have a fit that I find acceptable. Yeah, it'll do. Yeah, it'll do. We can work with this. What's this? A present? The other members of the Ilzabar contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I'll inform them of your arrival. Fucking go in there if you want to go do it. Enter the palace. Ah, you must be the guard. I can't see you over 8 million people watching a cutscene. Now, I was told that I would see old friends here.
By the 12.
That's certainly a lot of people. Person in Mill definitely isn't a friend. I can't say that's very accurate.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Aww.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Hello.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Waving.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
Does anyone know if Garlemald has a fucking
To that
barber?
end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Yo, what's up?
Wait, I know you.
That is the Sickard.
The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
His accent's so deep, I think I'm melting.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything
Don't mess
you
with
fancy.
Dunbane, and that's all I'm getting out of him.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
God, he needs to stop
well,
talking.
You're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Yo, I didn't even fucking notice fucking Pippin.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction? With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
You have something I don't have. What is that, Lise? A
And then we
character.
might finally
And
get
we're
a
like,
chance
oh
to enjoy a
shit,
good
you're
long
right.
rest.
We should find you one of those.
But until then, let's give it our all.
Ryan mentioned me being a white mage. I think it's on a priority system because
As
there's so
for
many
Ishgard,
possibilities.
we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold
neat.
our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Thank you.
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Hopefully Lise gets
Their
killed and
knowledge of
replaced by
Imperial
someone else.
Magitech is sure to be a great
Don't worry,
boon.
that's fine.
They will address any
She doesn't
problems
need to be
technical
murdered or
nature together
anything.
with the smiths of Limpsa
As I
Lemessa.
outlined in Gamer Premonitions Endwalker, she has a very important purpose. She
There
needs to get in
is
trouble, and then
another
Fordola needs to
awaiting
protect her, and then it kills Fordola, and then this game goes up 10 points.
Lord Emanolaine?
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service.
We have literally all the
lest
warriors.
There be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Onohua with my tales of daring do.
Smile.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their
That makes
stead.
sense. Shinobi are synonymous with fast. They're jumping through
Out
trees.
of my way, you preening fool!
Oh, thank God. The real fucking characters have arrived. Let's fucking go. We can ditch the rest of the set. Can we just go with these guys only? That'd be pretty
Forgive
good.
us for coming late.
Jesus Christ.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
We've also heard of that man with his tiny penis.
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must
And then
reiterate
Alpha
that our goal
How
is
do we
to
say
aid
it?
the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald.
Everybody's different.
And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may
Gonna be
struggle
honest,
to see them as such.
I'm not with Meryl Webb on this. Alpha Note's
You're
clearly
more
right.
than you know. For every one of us
He
that
Googles
answered the
pronunciations
calls, there were a
before
dozen that
using them.
refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again.
Has she?
Every Eorzean here knows Sid Garland, the Imperial defector who
She's like,
shared with
okay,
us
let me pivot to a
countless
better
technological
example.
wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within.
I was like,
and
Jesus,
make
Liz,
peace
you
with
want to
Doma.
open with a good one?
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were
Like,
able
even
to
go
put
with
aside
Guy
their
is a
feelings for
better
the
shot
greater
at it, to be
good.
honest.
It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
I feel so bad for the Alameen characters that got shafted super hard. I'm gonna be honest, I'll make fun of Elise not being a character all the time, but
What
at least
lingering
it's not
concerns
fucking
I may have
Fordola.
had were
Holy
clearly
shit.
unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Didn't we tell Fordola if she didn't help, she would be executed? I'm gonna be honest, I personally try to
We are in
keep
accord.
anything
Now,
about her
let us
out of
review
my
our
head.
strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention
Let me summarize
of the
Fordol's character. Scowls.
As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations.
Scott, you may be right, but I want to believe that they would just kill her. But they don't have the sense, I guess. They don't have the gumption. Someone would have. Pull the trigger, Thancred. Hello, what's up? What's up, squad? Yo, what's up, little penis? How we doing? With the Maul, champions of the Dam, and the Dartharl having sent so many here, I thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I have done so, if not for my step brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might. His radiance may deliver upon the victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dartharly dog. First among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. I care not of the Iron Man or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in Gagam. Yo, what's up, Steven Nevian? This game's so Besides, the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to the physiology, many would struggle to simply survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. It would likely prove tempting targets of the abduction by the Telepharoi. All things considered, we better make it better. Aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. Sky, please stop. I can't handle that. I just think about his pandemic haircut and I fucking melt. Yes. Your scale. So these are the famed warding skills, enough for me and my men. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the 12's Wood. The Elder Seatseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In doing so, I'll come closer to understanding myself, my place in the world. I say it's past time our allies benefit from the power of a Seatseer at disposal. Yo, what's up, Sickard? I got something for us. Here you go. Yo! Done by. You too, I guess. Here you go. I give them all, but the one I give to Lisa specifically has like a pinto bean in it instead, so it's gonna kill her. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? My favorite part is that she, like, has, like, political power, but literally knows nothing. White women be handed everything in fucking Alamigo, I guess. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. Here in the desert-like nation of Alamigo, this blonde white woman will lead us to victory. As I shrivel up into a raisin. Hello, Oomphy. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times. Yes, I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight, and darkness shines the light of life. I hope I've done his words justice. Doma, much like Orthard, has Othird, has been plagued by the towers. It's bad. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest. However, they will not be showing up today. Very tragic. That is kind of sad. If you subbed out the fucking Alamigo part with some Doma part, I feel like you could have raised this couple of points. Regardless, our team meeting is over. Sorry, I meant to talk to the blue model, not the red model. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Ariane and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt him. I mean, he has normally traveled in snowy areas all the time. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the signs in need of a tailor? Could it be? I can think of the who couldn't be more important than motherfucking Tataru. You thought you could sneak off to Ilzabar without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. It is I. She's like, as you remember, I am more powerful than 80% of this group. And I'm like, that is correct. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Ergmus and Blomwida have finally returned from assignments. You gotta stop making up characters, okay? You need to stop. You're like, Glubby Jum Jum showed up, and I'm like, fucking sure, man. We'd love to have you there, and I heard those people did a fine job carrying on. With them in charge of the Rising Suns, they have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless is in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something. You'll never believe it, Banjo and Kazooie are back. You're like, fucking yeah, let's go. You can tell, fucking, meanwhile, the fucking door behind the fucking Rising Stones is going like, and it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, they really be doing it out there. Here are your winter woolies. Very nice. Biggest and Chungus have arrived. We are 823. That's very cool. Oh, there you are. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure. She prays to see you off on another journey. I'm told the airship pilot is sent to meet you. There he is. I believe your pilot is an Aether current that I never got. Well, that's good. Fuck that Aether current. We're busy right now. Yo, what's up? It's KM. KM, it looks like we're synced up on the same thing. We're like on the same fucking cutscene. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. You will be required to fight. Your progress will be saved. Please note if you enter battles associated with other quests, you're done. Good fucking Christ. The time has come.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Man, it's like the twins' hair got whiter.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
Bad vibes.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Done, mate.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Yorianje's dying back here.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments. And once we
Do not
give
like the
signal,
hentai show to
Thancred's
Protect
team will
following us.
destroy
Neither
them
do
all.
I.
In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first
Losing
will
my mind
form
at
the
how
vanguard,
huge
while the
Ariande's
other brings
hoodie
up the
is.
rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Or, I'm sorry, Depot. As pronounced, Home Depot. Yo, nice fit, dude. Jesus.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Miss Stoller always did have a flair for the sick. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more.
Alright, Sky, congrats on beating the queue. Have fun.
Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Oh shit. In the coming battle you will fight as Thancred. Alright, hold on. What are the things that you do? Reduce damage taken by 30%. Executes the following actions in succession. Keen Edge... Okay. If any of the actions are not ready, the combo will start over. Let's see. While hidden, delivers an attack that neutralizes Imperial soldiers. When the target is Magitech weaponry or a guard dog, does 100. Can only be executed while under the effect of Swift Deception. So I have to do this to then go into that. Marks your presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you, increases movement speed. Bewilderment Bomb. Throws a bomb that confuses the senses of guard dogs, neutralizing them. Has no effect on soldiers or weapons. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence with the mission as soon as you're ready. Yeah, I kind of want to do it right the first time. Swift Deception renders Thancred invisible, increases his movement speed. While active, enemy soldiers and Magitech will not be able to perceive his presence, even if they're within close proximity. However, it has no effect on guard dogs' sense of smell. They'll be able to detect Thancred anyway. More so, the action can only be used outside of combat. It will be unavailable when you attempt to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain actions. Thancred's silent takedown will render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while Swift Deception is in effect, though it cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs. Silent takedown whenever possible is essential to clearing a path. As guard dogs can detect Thancred even when Swift Deception is active, you can instead use a Bewilderment Bomb to distract them or sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, a Bewilderment Bomb has no effect on Magitech or soldiers. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm. No, that seems to be what we're doing.
Keep your wits about you. It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Sealing the gate could get messy if I'm not careful. Wait for him to turn around. Oops. It's just gonna run out, and then I'm gonna fuck me.
Hell.
Alright, sneaky time. Oh, damn it, it fucking ran out of here. No, hold on. We gotta be real careful, chat. Alright, we're in. Please don't look over there. Thank you. Now you like the bomb. that how I fire that? I forget which button, like, fires this. I think just clicking. There we go. Clicking without holding that thing. It's been a while since I've used the field targeting controls in anything in this. I forget if I was able to knock out the slashers or not. I don't think I am able to. Let's try and set these explosives before this thing turns around. It's gonna be a tight timing. Alright, we got it. And let's cloak and go around it. Yeah, I feel like we leave the machines alone. Not a hide and send word.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Yeah, we need to deactivate the autonomous ones.
Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Alright, what's this guy? Okay, this is a spot. Okay, let's stay calm. Okay, let's cancel that. I just realized we have a guard station there. Alright, turn around. Maybe I should do the other side. That looks a little too complicated.
Seven hells.
Yeah, that got somebody. That's okay, nobody else sees us. The important thing is we've eliminated the doggo. Camera's giving me a little bit of grief.
7 hells.
Whew. Is the Game Awards before or after podcast time? We're going to record something before the Game Awards, then myself and Mr. Feel will be here streaming it, and then Dan and Bob will be doing their own stream. Then we'll come together on Dan and Bob's channel to do a Big Thank Live after the Game Awards. It sounded like Dan and Bob were going to have them and maybe a third on their stream. And I feel like once you hit like 5 people, it just becomes nonsense. So I asked if Phil was down with just hanging out with me on that Game Awards, and he was down. So for our 3rd year in a row, we'll be rolling together. Now that one was a little tricky. Oh, Phil didn't have another mind connection. So do I. That's the first thing Phil said. He's like, yes, we'll see if we have a mind meld. Control terminals filled to the brim with the fucking robots. No one's looking this way. Oh, nice. Operation was a success.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Yeah!
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Huh?
Wait! Something's coming!
And it's fucked up. Yo, it's the mini-boss theme? Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
I guess we'll do AoEs.
Fighters! Protect the others!
Actually, I'm solo targeting at the moment. Yeah, this track's so good. You got any more for me? Alright. Whoa. Well, it takes care of that front area. I appreciate the portraits.
Keep the carriages safe.
Alright, assist Amalene's troops. I believe they would be the ones up here. Here we go. There's my mark. Alright, that would be you. Man, they're going hard. Did you want another one?
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Alright, time to help fucking Ryan. Fucking sicker.
We're the only ones still struggling. Can't we put our backs into this? I've been itching for a good scrap.
Yo, can I get more? Thank you. I'm so full from murder. Yum! Alright, that should be all of them, right? Yeah, it looks like they're clearing out the rest of the trash. Uh-oh. Magitech reinforcements. Okay, I'm here to stop it. Could not stop that. Okay, that works. You guys fucking rock.
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
God, their tower back there looks so good.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line. Sleep, murder.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Yo, Magna, you getting the main event?
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
Howdy.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Hello, that's me. I do things with this.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Yeah, this certainly is a squad.
We have them now. Forward.
Okay. Yeah, we have the good AoE now, so why not?
Right. Let them have it.
Okay. Whew. A lot of loud noises.
Do not fall behind!
Alright, let's fuck her up. Oh, a tank buster, jeez. Stack time. God, this is so good. This entire section has been like a 10. Barely. I'm all scared. You got me startled. Yeah, that's gonna hurt a little bit. Oh man, fucking distraction. All right. Die! Ah, welcome back. Have one of these. "30 minutes to complete this. Good lord. Barrage dive. That's good. I'm doing my positional work. Make me feel good. Before the sun. Oh god, there's so many. Oh, the hex drug, yeah, that's us. Well, you sure cleared these guys out. Huh. Well, that was one of, if not the best, instance they've ever done. That was nuts.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself.
Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
Sometimes that bitch wants to go apeshit. God, he goes through so much. Poor little penis.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
The big guy tried to hit on Lise too. Oh my god, god damn it. Yo, that Aetheride looks sick.
The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Man, they've been setting up going to Garlemald for years and years.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Give me your juice. Alright, very neat. I will be right back in just a second. I'm just gonna refill my water here, and then we'll jump into more. So I'll be right back. There we go. That's it. It was just a couple minutes. Wonder if we don't have any new gear, right? Yeah, no, we're good. Good. And we don't need repair either. What other shops or services do we have here? We got a delivery person, junk monger, mender. Okay. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital. Must get ahead of ourselves as soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose. We're to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Do you mind asking Stola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over, once my head's clear. In truth, I've been feeling all out of sorts as we arrived. The air's thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. This monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zod, only far more terrifying, aether flows unceasingly toward it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For our blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know most of the temperate have been quartered. Inside the nearby buildings are receiving treatment. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. Occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that's clearly passed, one would expect them to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything being stolen. Maybe everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. There's someone in front of you. A pink bunny. Don't worry about it.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh, wait. No, I don't.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits. And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I love just hearing. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. Must remember to thank her when we next meet. Made me realize that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them quickly. What ho, chums? I give them something to do. As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. Wander around Heist Fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. What's up? You see anything? I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing. Maybe a cow? Another we're after either way. Is that an aether current? It's a wind sprite. Other than that, it's snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over your hillcock? No mistaking, it's a girl. Oh. A survivor. Please, show me. Over there, behind the tree, it looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like me. All I can tell is she's wearing a pale green dress, fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Yes. I'll let Lucia know where you're headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. She must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. It's actually very thoughtful. Won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands that I do no less, unless we forget the very reason we're here is to protect those in need. Alright, well, let's see what we can see what we can find over here. I'm also going to be like waiting around edges of the maps here to like uncover the other parts. Feel like that's also pretty important. There we go. I was like, I'm so close to fucking revealing that part. Okay, trail of footprints that way. These footprints appear to be the same size as those you saw previously, and they lead toward the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure. first we thought she'd gone inside, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. Ah, I see sparkles that way. Were you to call out from this distance, it might attract wild beast. Do so without drawing attention. Okay. Fair enough. It's like a tailing mission. It's cute that you can see other people actively doing it too. I guess this tree here is a hiding spot. Ugh. Oh, that thing back there is awful. I think during a launch, it just feels really great because everyone's doing the same quest. So, you know, I'm like ahead of 4 other people. So it gets to be this moment that we're all like doing shit as a group in a way. There's very good vibes with this launch. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I'll stay near, particularly this tree. Oh yeah, she's going the rest of the way. Okay, we did it. Still in one piece. Stay back. The house is packed with explosives. Take another step and it's gonna blow up. It's gonna boom. We just wanna communicate, okay? We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. Give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible. You did this to us. No. One of the reasons we came here is to find out what happened here. In fact, the Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered several Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care. We're striving to cure them of the affliction. You're the first person we met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there others like you? I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Name? Gerald. Licinia. As for how I managed to stay sane. Been asking myself the same question ever since that night in the roar. That terrible roar. Then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I can only assume the roar is anima. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was bullshitting you. I'm just trying to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were. Truth is, our supplies are low. You said you're here to help. Well, can you do that? It would be cool if you did that. I better tell the others first. She says she can be trusted, but these are desperate times before we let foreign troops into our home. Oh, you mean the bower? Yeah. That's the finish. Hello. You will give me pants if I do what you want. I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer, but we're not going anywhere until we can nurse them up to health and whatnot. Okay. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Yo, this track's pretty good. We're just vibing right now. The numbness is beginning to subside, though. I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Here, take one of these. Few buildings still standing offer no more meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magic tech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. We have a lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulean engines is full of the stuff, but for all the good it does, is no one here knows the first thing about the extraction or refinement. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek. Here they fell. We are blessed, damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly toward the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health. If not, my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Yeah, things are kind of like real bad. Just a smidge. What do you want? Here. Have a heat drink. A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. Blech. It's a radio. You know, have them where you're from. Use them to listen to messages, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted from the finest ore sourced from Locus Among Us. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. People at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amogos. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. This is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he might one day make a triumphant return. That is true. That absolutely happened. I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. He would definitely not get one shot by Xenos in a cutscene. That definitely did not happen. The Emperor was great. He bragged about how many war crimes everyone else did that he also did. What's that? It's hot juice. Warms up your tummy-tum. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading toward the Magna Glacies. Or, I'm gonna say Glacies, despite it being pronounced differently. Fuck it. Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Virgilia and her men are all there now? So, how did you reach that? Did you cross the mountains on foot? We flew, and then we landed, and then we walked. Airships. Then there might be a way to... Lucinia? Where's everyone? Is something the matter? I heard someone from behind the door. A voice inside, you must be imagining things. Nothing is there, alright? Stay out of the barn, Rick. I just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely if you be shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, how about you head to the other side of the lake? There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what I can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food. Lots of food. That's something we don't have and can't get on our own. We can't even... to reach their den, we'd have to make it past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. The offer still stands, that is. And I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Let's see. If it's ceruleum you need, then it's what you'll have. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight. But if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way. Finding the entrance can be tricky too, so it's easier to look for someone standing guard outside. However, you decide to head there, please be careful. Wonder if I can expose this part of the southern map this way. It looks like, yeah, it's totally going to be able to. Unless they cancel this jump off. They do not. Hell yeah. Fucking let's go, baby. Love the Mets. I'm sorry, Sandwich Peddler, to hear that you experienced that. That's the worst. You will get in at some point. When you do, the victory will be swift. The auto run has begun. Bitch, you can't make me do anything. Who goes there? How'd you find us? Blah, 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 blah. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given our way our location, you'd never found us. Stuck-up assholes. Thought they could come waltzing in demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shit. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. Think we'll give it a negotiation. Oh, we're gonna fight. That's why everyone's fighting here. Oh, okay, cool. There we go. That's my dude. everyone doing AoEs, like, ensures that this is a complete squash. I'm not very far ahead. Oh no, it's stressful. You're like, please, Q, hurry up. The gap's closing. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's den. Who are you? What happened to the guards? We beat them up after they tried to kill us. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? Oh, God. Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Gira, Albania, Yantia, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung. The old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped, more or less unscathed, is cerulean ingots, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We are your experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, but with the city in ruins, we take enough power. To power our heaters and save the surplus for later. Though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back our homelands, we'd be nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Ilzabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that is consigned to history, but what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten? Suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you want some? Yes, that is what we are to do. Those purebloods up at Victor Spoil sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia has got her little sister to think about. A sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle. Consider a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep a sister secret, but we can ask about it and maybe go into the barn. Alright, our goal is in fact that way, so let's oops, didn't mean to leave it. Automatic running. Hibbity hop. Hibbity hop. This isn't right, it's too quiet. Would have thought Alpha Node would be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house. Let's see, we got a fat cat. We got behind the house. And, uh-oh. They asked me to carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us, we know what you're about. Vultures, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. You guys literally are weakness right now. Here to help? What rot? I'll employ. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains. You're wrong. We don't want that at all. Save the arguments for later, we got big problems. I found empty medicine bottles on a bed that was still warm. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they and where did they go? Away from you and yours. Think I'll tell you you're a fool? I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them. You're very slow. The medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. We gotta protect them from you. Think of all the evil things you've done since you got here. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery you used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. Sad. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I'll join you in the search later. Alright, be careful. Don't worry, I have the cool healer guns. We'll do our best to find them quickly. Hello, Alize. 2 sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by the size. Yo, cool car. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must have been for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alpha Node's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up. An empty bottle. Actually, what did this say? The thin coating of dirt indicates it's been here for some time. Ah, okay, no connection. You're viewing a cutscene in this area. Is it near here? No. Fresh blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. The victim may have been severely wounded. Southeastward. Well, seems to be where the rest of them gathered. Two bodies are already cold. Nah, that sucks. Didn't have a chance.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
Might just have us feel like the Spanish has more voice acting than the ones before.
What if we're only making it
I was
worse?
also kind of getting that vibe.
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Probably not. We've already caused enough harm. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. Let us linger here no more. Come. He told me to come. Nah, if we're returning there. Aetheride time. Ah, so convenient. Back to Camp Broken Glass. Hello. Alize and Alpha Node tell me that you finished their preliminary search for survivors but refrained from saying much more. Clearly they're reluctant to provide details. Might ask for your account.
Thank you for your report.
Yeah, the VA doesn't really
We
stop.
shall
It's
inform
crazy.
the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course,
Even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus' then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
He's very smart.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Mm-hmm. What you got? Is it a banana? Ah.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
Huh.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
call
don't much like the
shotgun.
sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? As you know, I'm now your second mother. Given that I fucked your mom.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Ah, sorry, we have to talk again. Don't really know why. Thancred in particular would be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility, and we will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. Nice cube. Fucking a politician's wife base to thank you. This is far enough. We head over that hill, then follow the road till we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names. I'm Alize, and he's Alpha Node. And last but not least, there's Reyna. Reyna, where have I heard that before? No matter. You're definitely not important. Once you depart, Julius will accompany you. Alpha Node and Alize will then begin moving toward the destination. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alpha Node Alize, you may try again by returning. Yes. See, this type of quest structure I think is pretty good. It makes many aspects of questing actually feel like you're journeying instead of you're journeying with a group. Because a lot of the other times it's they teleport away, they do that thing where they fade out, and then you go to the place. So having a few times where it's like this, or they're following behind you, I think is nice and also kind of important. Even if it's something, like, fairly minor. Yo, shout out to Jotun over here. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you kept to your side of the bargain, we can keep going. Alright, he's intelligent. North of the station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. No motorcycles either. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route is straightforward, getting past hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. We'll try to avoid detection. Chances to sneak by are completely unnoticed or slim. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. Okay, back to what I mentioned before, which is sometimes journeying over here. And thus, immediately a fight. Ah, I was under stun. I was like, what the hell happened? I see why your comrades chose you. Duelist, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call it. Your people would need to be taken into custody, that we may administer the treatment. They'd eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and the Legion are concerned, they're no longer our people. Fuck it. Those people thought differently and tried to reasoning with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. They have to keep moving. Huh, cool derailed train. I can see other people are doing this quest at the time. Makes it easier for me to nuke my dudes. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Can't sneak through that. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before, only out of a desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Ah, okay. Tertium. Or tertium. Good enough. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of the primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen the monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Owned with those good old facts and logic. My bear was wondering how to get in here. As there is clearly like an Aetheride and whatnot. Let me look around it a little bit. There will come a time in the plot where they want me to go inside that. That'll be later. Entrance is to the north. Yeah, I guess we're going like underground. Okay. I will trust in the plan. We're almost there. Yep, there we go. This is Tertium, one of Garlemont's largest stations that serves as our HQ. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Nice digs. If you don't mind. Doesn't work. How very contrived. Let's go continue with the quest. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass for food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. Must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive. Cool train.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
Wow, how you doing?
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varus understood this.
and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. But after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
Okay.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Ooh.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
They're like, oh fuck. Okay. Okay, maybe back off a little.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. I'm gonna be honest, he's the most important person in the world. I'm sorry.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Alright, back to work. Now, what do you want me to do today? As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. That's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. Let's split up and learn what we can. It's crazy you're like 7+ hours in and still on the 82 quests. I'm be out of where we're not even like we're like over 10. I split the VOD of the last one, which I still haven't uploaded yet. Sorry, internet's been a bit shitty over here. I split up the last VOD into two like almost 4-hour chunks, so we're nearing like 12 hours. And those VODs were after I cut out like breaks and queue times. The MSQ here is the main story of this one is massive in a way that they really didn't. I was wondering if they were saying it's our biggest thing, and I'm like, sure, it'll be like a little bigger, but this definitely seems like it's a lot bigger. Which is good. Usually when you say something that's like the biggest one of the one you've made, it feels like that comes in with a lot of like caveats, but no, not in this case. Yo, let's talk to Sabini Anus. Yeah, none of this has felt like fluff. Each part has been very, very, very important. The stuff in Charlian, learning about what's going on with them. A lot of world-building stuff there. The stuff at Razadhan, Thavnair. And then the Empire stuff we kind of been waiting years and years to finally dig into. I only saw the 4-hour VOD. Yeah, I got disconnected, and then I had to wait for an hour queue time, so I just stopped the stream before I started waiting. Well, we had a nice conversation with Anus. How's it going, Alpha Node? Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greater risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? How about Flavius? Took me 3 hours to get in yesterday. Logged in at 9 a.m. to a queue of 27. Yeah, if you get the early morning, that's the moment where people have entirely burned out. So, those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings in the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they're not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Oh yeah, I heard EU servers are even worse. Well, seen enough. The people here barely have enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the others been able to procure more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been the refugees, one of the afflicted. Either way, we're down to our last dregs. Without heating we need, those in poor health are only going to get worse. Yeah, now this is the perfect time for Europeans because it's fucking really late. If it's cerulean you need, we know a place. We will not accept your charity. We can hold on a little longer. The situation is sure to change. Everything will change. You'll just magically conjure things. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it. Have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere. So there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's word, loyal servants to the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the XIV Legion, saying as such, instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be set running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish before you even get your reinforcements. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you the ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree? Surprisingly, no. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. It's in this search that you may just, you know, take us directly to it. You're a lot more trouble than you're worth. Glad connection has been immaculate. I was worried when the instance before this was 40 minutes and redoing it would be a pain. Yeah, everything's held down well once you're in, so pretty happy about that. I don't have many qualms or worries or anything once I'm inside the game. Let's search. First location is Forum Soleus, a park northwest of the station. And we're out. Let me get this Aether current while I'm here. Now, the park was named after its founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we drained it dry. Same goes for the rest in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything, I decided to try one more time. I see, then with your permission, we will commence the search. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech confirms the fuel canisters have long since been drained. Not too many yalms to the west. I guess I could partake. I remember wrong. It's relatively close by, so I didn't even consider you wrong. Then there was literally one in that general area, so I figured it'd be a little bit close by. They can't have them super, like, close together. Southwest. Platforming is becoming a bit of a problem, huh? Oh, here we go. This will be our inn. 20 to the northeast. Alright, let's start climbing. Oh, do you want to go, sir? $72 to the east. $54 to the northeast. Starting to think it might be on top of this highway thing. Yep, I see it now. Alright, the puzzle's been solved. All that leaves now is to get onto it. And thus our prize. Wow. Not too far away. My bones. No jumping that. Ah, there it is. You're in the wreckage. Glad we're not really in snow plains areas at the moment. It's nice to be able to explore the structures and stuff. $373 to the southeast. Wow. Well, a lot of these are congested in here. Yeah, this is all worth it because we're actually exploring and unlocking new locations. $31 to the west. There it is. Alright. Oops. Oops. Getting stuck. Alright. Alright, open up that part of the map. Hell yeah. Ah, here it is. $420 southwest. How are we doing on these for Garlemald? We got a decent chunk of the ones that aren't quest related. This zone feels like it'll be the most easily satisfying one to have flying in, given how much of it is frozen tundra. Hence the reason I've now brought myself to the level of doing these. This seems a little too... No, we can actually make it up here. And here we are. The fact that they're all like, they've all been like 400-ish yalms in a direction has made me a lot more motivated. Feel like if it was like 1100 on like the second one we got, I'd be like, maybe we go somewhere else. For a second, I'm like, what is his park materials a joke on? And then I'm like, oh my god, it's the fucking Golden Compass. Because I'm like, what is your quest names a reference for localization team? What have we done today? What is your damage? You must be hiding in this little corner. Yep, there it is. Oh, this one's also pretty close by. Northeast, stay on task. Okay, I need to go up those pipes. It doesn't look like I can get up to them through this. It looks like I'm gonna have to take a long way. And now this one will be a slight challenge or at least it'll take time. Meanwhile, while we're doing this, Alpha Node and Alize have passed out. They've been electrocuted over and over again because I'm not there. Look at what Lasky's done to me. They make one suggestion on one of these, and then my brain goes, I'm getting all of them right now! And it's making my brain feel good. Here we go. What? Aether current brainworms get all of us. He usually doesn't get me. But, I don't know. This game's putting me in a good mood. 1,025 yalms in the other direction. You know, that checks out. Yeah, I guess we head that way. I don't think it's on the complete other corner, but it's at least well on its way. Yeah, yalms aren't a very long statement of measurement. Shout out to this awful monster that's like at the end of the fucking Endwalker trailer. I remember that's the thing with like 18 mouths that fucking meteor just fucking nukes. Guess I'll wait for the opening up here. Still northwest. Must have to get onto this highway. Actually, no. And there it is. That person was already heading to it. Well, at least other people are down with the same plan as me. You have fun on your adventure. $405 yalms north. Well, north we go. I like how mashing it constantly just makes me feel good. It gives me something to do while I impatiently wait to get over there. This also allows me to fill in most of this map, and that's giving us experience points. Granted, it's a minor amount, but it's a little bit. Taking us all the way at the back? Yep. Yeah, basically. Okay, looks like that is in fact all of the Aether currents that you get through exploration. Yep, all done. That means the 5 remaining will only be unlocked through doing quests. Those quests, of course, people who don't actually play the game, are the quest icons with a plus on them. And then you just look at which ones are offering those rewards if you run into them. Let's fill in this corner because we're here. I don't know how possible that's going to be, though. Let's see if this is close enough to count. It looks like it totally will. Yeah. Pretty sure you get a nice experience boost if you like 100% a map in these. It's been a while though. See, look, and now we're heading eastward back to where the quest wanted us to go. Let's look around here. Yep, that one little chunklet, it's the last little bit we need, and then we will have explored this this big Garlemald zone. The first of them, since I see, wait, I don't think that's listing that. I think that's, no, I think this is the first of those zones. Thought that was just listing Aetherite, so one of them was, like, dashed out. Yeah, it looks like we can get to the other side here east without much issue. See, this is why I love my job meter being changed so much, because before I would hit a button to get into the dragon mode, and then within the time limit I had to, you know, open the eye fully by doing 2 Mirage Dive moves in the rotation. And they got rid of that, so my eye could be slightly open. I could just hold that shit for as long as I want. It's so good. There we go, we got 26,000, then another 262,000 for mapping the realm. Alright. Take that, Garlemald. I know all about you now. Alright, back to the actual MSQ. I'm pretty sure for every map point we just hit and the final bonus was about equal out to 1 quest in this MSQ, so that feels good. Let's check the slide for the ceruleum. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial Warmachia, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. On closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Glad we solved the mystery. Alright, some quest is going to involve you digging in the water. I guess that's going to be later in this one. Ooh. Ah, okay, so we have the 2 things here. Map of Forum Soleus. To your knowledge, however, none will require the use of ceruleum. Okay. Ow. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Maybe built for children to play at shopkeeper. Nothing resembling Magitech or devices that we would need, though. So used to hitting that button now. Jeez. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help but noticing you gazing at the pond. Well, yes, I mean, it's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated, stopped from freezing over, so like other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet and all said and done every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. If the pond was heated, So they're like, maybe there's some cerulean like cans in there or something. Maybe we'd like dig in. Remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water was flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. The machinery most likely broke, and the amount of filth is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. Jules, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has had a few foreign signiferi or mediki. Doesn't scare me. You won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphanot, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, bring me some. We're gonna set shit on fire. You're not planning to go in there. Of course, the tank isn't gonna fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed things from foreign land. Don't worry, we got this. We got this. Fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things more interesting. Last one to find a cerulean tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when it's over. Yeah, but I'll smell better. Egg. There's a little Astinia in the pond, and I appreciate it. You delve into the murky water, come up empty-handed. The icy wind chills you to the bone. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Nice! Yeah, that is, in fact, my hand. I found it! My own hand! Oh, I have the tank. Don't worry about it. No one is here to celebrate. And I'm freezing to death. Your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and the rancid odor from every ailment of your body. This is fucked up. I have one, but at a great cost. Literally everything. Ow. Ow. Hello. Did you find... Ugh. Here. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give him a hand. Call me old Don, because by fire I am reborn. Clothes are mostly fine. Appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die, he would be most displeased. Your concerns are duly noted, and all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, warden an estate. We lived well. Better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with the family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And all those summers came and went all too quickly. In that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. I'm very cold. No good deed. Now that the fire's burned out, Julius is ready to move on. Now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Ah, could it be where the rest of them are? What do you mean the rest of them? Don't worry about it. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of Warmachia. While my comrades and I have recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it'd be quicker to remove the outer casing and use compact explosives. Though the force generated is relatively weak, I'd advise you stand. And well, don't hurt yourself, please. No luck. Alright, let's get another helping. Nice, we got it. Action canceled. What a terrible game made by idiots. No, we still have one left. I'm gonna try this one. Nope. Half full. All right, nice. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? you've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. We should head back. Wait here while I go see how the others are doing. Alright, it's time for us to wait for a scene.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Mm-hmm.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
Okay.
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Okay, you go have fun.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, nice. It warped us back. How convenient.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Please don't cross your arms.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see
Among
tomorrow.
us.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Yeah.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Oh.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Yeah.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says.
Get them out of here.
Hello. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia. Alright. Here's your code word. Here's your code word. God, he's so far out, too. Jeez. Finally got into the game. Let's go. Very happy for you. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask the Isle? What I can say is you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. Alright, let's head this way. I love the noise these things make as they walk. Got a little bit stuck there for a minute. Julius lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave, reluctant to stay, unable to move on. This must be his old place.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I had promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Kick.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
We need to preserve the warmth.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varus at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world?
We're gonna ignore the race war part.
But the truly sad,
Nah, that's bad.
truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varus and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
Just kind of feels weird they're making this sympathetic view of the Garleans, but conveniently leaving out the millions of people they oppressed.
All
I
of
mean,
our supplies
we've
and
experienced
immediate
that part, so
withdrawal.
I feel like
These are
it's
your
just kind of
conditions.
assumed.
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives.
Military feels like the last group we should be getting the... I feel like there's like layers of this where it's like...
So stubborn and strong.
I feel like it's a mix.
Stronger
It's not
than you
nearly
even
as
know.
like black and white with that.
Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Yo, what's up, Oomphy?
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Uh-oh.
Ambush!
It starts.
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varus, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop! Both of you!
Big wind.
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
The entire time I've had this vibe of, is he gonna off himself? I've had this vibe as soon as he made them leave. Yep.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I'm like, he's the type of dude who can't keep
I just
going
hope
past
we get
this
there
point.
before he and his men do something rash.
Whew. I didn't think they were gonna cut back to this anymore. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. We will do that. Tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. It's all fucked up. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. There's a little chocobo and a fucking pool floaty down here, by the way. I just thought I would let you know. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. Perhaps they could be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station, have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. I'm level 87 so far, I'm loving it. I'm having a great time too. It has been incredible. It's been incredible and dense in a way that I don't feel like this game has ever been to this degree. I wonder if I can attune to that Aetheride now. Hold up. We have one of these. We should go do this. Wish we could play, but I'm in Crystal. That's tragic. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, you know, I'm not skipping anything, but we're drilling through this, and it feels like we've only scratched the surface, and I feel like with the other expansions, we would have been much further by now. Like, this is only 83. The very same platforms as the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garland. I was convinced the only engineers left in the Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. Thank you for your willingness. Let's go and speak with the Tapper. I suppose you must be the friend Rimmelnod wanted to fetch. Yet my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. I've yet to agree to anything. I mainly wanted someone else present during our talk. I used to work on the Juturna Platform G, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. Your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted. And that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. High time I be of some real use to them and everyone else. If we manage to get the platform into working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine cerulean for everyone in the region. That's where you come in. Help us get things up and running again. He seems trustworthy enough, I guess. I've been leaning the same way. What he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it's go when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw in your lot with someone from a hostile nation. Part 2 of my proposal, I should do you a service to prove myself worthy. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few cerulean engines in need of repair. Okay, fixing up our stuff first before we do it would go a long way. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running, the purpose of the inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate if you're the one that does literally everything. That is true, that is reasonable. They would immediately jump on your ass. Ah, here's another engine. Alright, well, I found it. It's all the way out here. Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it'd be best to appraise Rimmelnod of our progress. How are the engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear it on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch. That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them from burning out, only to let them freeze solid. And instead of your lot turned them on. For the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. Notice you have heating tech of your own, but it will do no good should your engines to power them break. Very well, I ask you to repair them. Suppose that means I'll be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. Boppity boop. That's good. Alright, he's not going to give me any more Aether Current, so I'll put that on pause for a bit. I wish I was attuned to that. I will spare us going down a side quest line for the moment. What I will do is very simple. I will hit L1. And now I can put this controller down and sit. Sit and think. Chat, I will do something truly inspired on this very moment. I will let this auto run, and then I'm gonna go pee. Wait, I was almost out the door. I'm pretty sure we're gonna run into a cliff. Let me just slightly angle that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Alright. Don't worry, I'll save us from the wall. Decent enough. This went better than I expected. I assumed I was gonna get killed. Alright, further we go. Does anyone know if I can attune to the Aetherite in that place now, or if I have to wait even further? Because I'd consider trying to go do that. Not yet? Okay. After the quest. Almost. Alright, we'll do it. We're almost there. They'll let you know. Thank God. It's been so long since I had one of those ones where they're like, no, don't activate this one. Go fuck yourself, KZ. And I'm like, oh. Well, okay. Okay, there we go. You can turn off the auto run. Hello, Oomphy. Reyna and Gillis. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? Lord Quintus, he took his own life. At the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to his remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach the camp safely. If only ever a dream. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you. Yo, let me have that rock. I want that rock bad. Well, got the Aetherite sword in the end. All it took was a few adjustments. That works as well as it ever did. From what I could tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's what you lot were saying. Huh. Guess that answers that question. Let's not go too crazy here. How do I get to that guy? Ah, they're just all the way in this end of the train car. Flavius. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. Her from the others. Thought you were one of us, not that it makes much difference now. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come? Thank the 12, thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lominsan friends. Save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at the camp. Survey the designated locations. Okay, so we'll make our way south and kill those spots. Yep, on the red chain that represents the blood spilled of their countrymen to achieve their goals. I've heard people that use subtlety and they're all fucking liars. They're all cowards. Let's see. Another one of these. Yes, the story is quite immaculate right now. Search for the azure-haired boy. We'll do that real quick as we continue to chew our way through Garlemald here. Another block street. Who are you? Hello, I came to pick you up. Tell her I won't go to the enemy camp. I'm going home. That sounds about right. Please, allow me to end your life. I wish the Endwalker horse wasn't locked until normal release day. Yeah, that's the breaks. I'm at least glad they have this thing in place for early access. Who knows? Them trying to send those fucking horses on release day. It's like, sorry, our servers exploded more. Who fucking knows at this point? Hello. Stop following me. No, I refuse. Once again, the boy has taken flight and will likely be looking over his shoulder. Ah, okay. Alright, they're gonna make me tail him. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the tailing stuff in this so far. It's just like, what? It's just you're just walking and you just go behind really large stuff. I feel like tailing becomes bad when it becomes difficult. Yeah, I'm gonna keep waiting to see what you want to do. I just want the next thing. Yeah, then they would just replace this with a quest that you're gonna walk around an extended part of the map, so it'll end up still being a variable speed. They just dress things up in different costumes and different things. You failed to follow. Return to your starting point. Okay, well, at least it wasn't my fault. I'm like, I'm trying to hide, but you made the geometry wrong. And they're like, oh, sorry, we made it wrong. It's not your fault. I'm like, thank you, game. Appreciate it. Well, sunken cost. We should keep doing it. This kid doesn't seem to notice the enemies in there, at least. It's like the enemy gave up. That doesn't make any sense. He didn't even see me. I wasn't even in the same spot as him. Well, now the mission's just getting bugged. Alright, we'll just do it later. It's not like they're gonna give me all 5 of these Aether Currents immediately anyway. This means I'll do it off stream. Let's abandon it so I at no point am reminded of this mission ever. That's okay. I'm sure they'll eventually do a maintenance where they fix bugs like that. Yeah, I'll do the flying until later. I mainly want the story to progress. I thought I would try and be good and like do them as they popped up, but honestly, I'm not nearly as engrossed. I OCD it. I could probably get myself into doing it if the MSQ wasn't as long as it is. If the MSQ ends up being long like this, but the trait is I don't feel like I'm getting walled into having to grind to do quests because they're like, you haven't reached this level yet, then I absolutely have zero problem with it. Because they've had that issue in every expansion. Where they're like, okay, well, let's shove some filler of just mindlessly grinding since you're up to date with the story. Which never feels good. Oh yeah, Conqueror's Chain. Is that what they want? What? They're like, subdue him first, but subdue him and then do it quickly. Yeah, I do understand the whole chain thing. The fact they put it on the time, I was just like, come on, guys. You want it? You're gonna get it, big guy. You're gonna get the whole sauce. For you. Ah, that's cute. No monster there. Alright, now let's go down the road. Ooh, hello. There you are. As expected, ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control till our allies take them into custody. That taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. Would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? Yes, I would love to. Hello, I did all the work because I'm the one that does everything. Hello. And so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate the situation has gotten. The troops who participate in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as the other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that the soldiers were acting under direct orders of the legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of culpability. Perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer. Who could say, I don't know him, or his heart, his reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him. It falls to us to clean up the mess. We have a lot of gear to use. I'm gonna pop all of it now. I've been waiting for it to have like a bunch of them to do this. Okay, these are all Hydurium, except these pants. But it's all like 525s. It looks good in terms of headgear. Yeah, I'd probably still glamour these. Trying to remember which one, yeah, it's this one. I think not until 83 or 84 where gear's better. Okay. Yeah, 519 seems to be our cap at the moment. Until we get another accessory of some sort. Lucy has further news for you. I assume you're well aware of about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters provide much needed warmth. We prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some rest. On your way, can you seek out Ishtola? Ah, here. Yeah, she's down here. Yeah, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. We're all good. But what of the warrior light? We're all fortunate none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside a sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Alright, let me go get a drink and then we'll do that. Smile.